Hello everybody, hope everyone is doing well today. I'm doing okay. I'm getting old. For some reason, this night my elbow started hurting, and it's still been bothering me. It's just slightly aggravated for some reason that I can't fathom. Marks of getting old. Your bones and joints hurt for no reason. Game's almost started up, but it's still longer. On my mind, let's see. I do like when I get random thumbs up to old comments I've made around YouTube or other places. I made a comment on Penny Parker of Snapcubes, so her VOD channel, she started, I don't know if she's finished it yet, a VOD of Half-Life Gold, of course. And it was very funny, but the question of the banana candy flavor came up, and me being me, I decided I finally had to track down an answer on it myself. So I actually posted about an article that PBS did with a food science historian. Really interesting because the chemical flavoring for banana is so easy to produce. It was produced before, early, chemistry. So easy during, early industrialization that before refrigeration became a thing and they could ship bananas everywhere, the flavoring for bananas actually made its way across the world first for a decent amount of time. And by then, we probably already had a lot of the flavor of banana candy. So it's kind of hard to pin down whether it is based on the other type of banana, which is still around. You can still get the other type of banana, but because candy isn't generally sweet, it might just be that because the other type of banana is sweeter, people just attribute it to being that flavor of banana. But the actual flavor chemical, because that's all flavorings are, they're chemical flavor. And I should know because I actually have allergies to certain chemical flavorings. Because the chemical flavoring is in both types of banana. It's just one has slightly more and has sweeter other tones. And it's just because the candy is also sweet and has a similar amount of the flavoring that I feel like it's been attributed, but that's my opinion on that subject. But it's just funny to think that technically someone who has never tasted the Gross Michael over the Cavendish, somebody who never tasted either because they couldn't get them shipped to them, could have created a banana candy in a complete vacuum. So that's a weird fact for the day. The debate of which banana the banana candy is flavored after, and it could just be neither. Just one of those weird quirks of just food in general. That stuff can just be kind of reinvented or reflavored without any context. Never feeding somebody a plate of tomato sauce spaghetti and then they find tomatoes and make their own sort of tomato sauce and find out it's good with spaghetti. Okay, I think. Besides that, I'm just really hoping for the next release of Orb of Creation. It's been a while. So Orb of Creation is an indie game that I fell in love with. It's one of the incremental number goes up game, but it does, even in its early stages, because it's not been released yet fully, the creators has taken their time with it, which is fine. But I have some old streams of it, but even I have beaten the game every time it's been updated because I like it so much. It's just an incremental game that I feel flows from part to part. Like, even though each part is mechanically different, the flavor and the progression just flows so well if you just read what the mechanics are. Like, it is still a challenge. It's not just do this, you win. It is very much a challenge, and each update has been different. Like, I think it's the second stage, Fabrication, or I might be remembering this wrong because it has been a while. I almost want to go back and play it again, just because I've been waiting so long. Between two of the versions, that got a major change, and some new mechanics were added that actually were later in that tech tree, so to say. So that was really fun, and I really hope the next version, I believe the next version is supposed to be 1.0. And we just got a tease from the creator, MaRul, on the Discord in March. So, like, pretty recent update. They do go quiet for a little while, and I don't blame them. They're working on their own life stuff. Things are weird right now. But when they go quiet like this, they actually make a ton of updates and changes that I feel actually really do improve the game. So I'm really hopeful for what they've been kind of teasing for for 1.0, I believe is the next update. And some ideas are coming back and some are going away. I don't want to go into the whole thing because it's been a list of ideas and updates that have come and gone. So when the next Orbit Creation update comes out, I will do a full stream until I run out of content again. And hopefully this will be the version that has an ending. Because in the old versions, because the game's kind of set up in chapters that are each mechanically different but play off each other. And the final chapter we had in the last version, I believe, was Ritual, where you kind of did combat. Which was funny because the game's about spellcasting, pondering an orb and spellcast. But until, like, chapter 5 or 6, it had no combat. It was all just about generation. The first chapter is more about generation, the second chapter is more about fabrication and buffing the first chapter. The third chapter, was second chapter space. It goes like matter, space, fabrication, plants. I'm getting too into this. I probably need to stop yapping about it now that the game's actually ready to play. But I really like it, and I can't wait for the next chapter, or the next update, I should say, not chapter. I meant chapter in, like, story, not chapter in the game itself. But that will be interesting. But let's see about switching over to the game here. In here, at least there's no loading lag over here. Not like the tick lag over at the other base. And loading lag. Good here. Double checking to make sure both streams are looking good, and It's ready to record. Alright. Hello, it's original MaRul, and welcome back for some more FTB Interactions Remastered. Yesterday I did a small stream just to look at what I was going to do probably today, because it was a late stream. I had stuff going on. I have 84% rotor durability. I shoved in fresh ultimate rotors yesterday, and just been letting this run. Good 2 stacks of that. Did this burn through what it had? And it did. They're all out of sync. Well, you're actually quiet. Oh, interesting. You're just trying to eat up the last of the fluorine. Go see if there's any other junk at the other base. Because I do need to keep some matter production going. Oh yeah, I turned off uranium hexafluoride altogether. So I'm not even using as much matter. Of course I did that. Yeah, this has all been trying to produce the HSSG alloy. That's going to be the new rotor material after these ones, or maybe the next ones. Probably these ones. I'll have to get the base to set. Oh, you'll have to set up the base to do that. Why do I think that's this? Comes the lag from trying to load the main base in still. I am really getting ready to do the switch over. I just need the last few upgrades, which I have listed. And that's what I want to work on today. But I want to double check some things. Because yesterday I saw that part of our system was getting clogged up with a bit of extra sodium and redstone. And it looks like it's just mostly sodium or redstone today. Yeah. Not that much, actually. So I should probably start eating the excess fluorine. Forgot about that. Done it manually. Guess that works. Yeah, because I still have tons of matter. I should see about... So the main things I need is what? The IV... Like, IV energy hatches, IV dynamos, and the new HSSG rotors. Which I may or may not have enough material. See about that. Actually been at the other base. Not... Oh, let's... What else did I need here? Did I request the... Got the mixer. I needed that. No, I have not requested... Oh, because I still need the laminated glass. Actually... I have too much stuff I actually need to leave at the other base. Sorry for flying back and forth. Still getting my mind wrapped around things this week. Alright, so the rotor's down here. Place them. Yeah, I do have an extra set of rotors, which is nice. But after this, I am hoping to upgrade them. But I will need the bigger dynamos because I'm currently at... What are these? These are producing 6. Oh, they're paused right now. Thing. They produce like 6, which is 6K, which is 3 volt or 3 amps EV. And I'm worried that when I upgrade them, I will need the same as a net. Maybe I'll need the dynamo hatch. The bigger dynamo hatch. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll test that. Just gonna put... These are the uranium hexafluoride I've been using for fuel. I gotta remember where those are. But I still got... Yeah, this was like 2.9K buckets yesterday. And it's only 2.7 today. So since last stream, that's only 200 buckets. Not a huge amount. Okay. Everything out that I needed? Yes. Oh, I keep thinking I need to order the saw, but no, I need to make the laminated glass first. I'm going to work backwards on the laminated glass and the... I was also thinking about spatial. Oh, that's what the mixer is for that, not for that. Okay. Yeah. Backwards on the laminated glass. All processed correctly. Get the laminated glass recipe in here. Laminated glass. That needs 2 tempered and the polyvinyl butyrol. Gotta go figure out the chemical process for polyvinyl butyrol. I'll have a cube. I should use up the cubes while I'm over here. Yep, I still got a couple. Go over here. Oh, that's just an empty USB stick. I could have used that. Tunnel. Like there was something else I needed. Okay, and then I need the logistics pipes. There's our junction. Spot for it. For the mess this place has become. I mean, they are easy to stack. That one. Yeah, don't have inventory connector already. I can work on it while I'm waiting. Okay. Five HV chemical reactors. And out of these, I need to be able to make polyvinyl butyrol. Polyvinyl acetate. Yeah, I might as well just use the recipe. Vinyl acetate, which is ethanol or ethylene, acetic acid, oxygen. For this, I need a bunch of, or well, a couple fluid provider pipes or fluid suppliers. Grab 5. I'm gonna tunnel up there once I figure it out. Okay, so if you're set to 3, I think I've got ethylene. I know I've got the acetic acid. Is I can never say. I call it acetic, but it's acetic acid, ethylene gas. I always go to this tab because you can kind of see everything easier. Make it out of the ethylene I already have. Yeah, sorry, the ethanol I already have. Which I think I'm already doing somewhere. This is what I'm always meant to add to the system, but I haven't because I haven't run out of oil yet. This is all still running on oil. Here, jerk system, concrete. There's ethylene. So I don't provide it. Chloride. Might need another chem reactor if I want to just make it. I should just. Do I have a liquid provider pipe? No. I'm just worried that this might junk up the system. I have an extra tank lying around, do I? No, don't think so. Oh, I did have a chassis pipe. Oops. I needed that for something else. Yeah, I don't think I do. Stuff. I'm just gonna do a floating tank. And just provide the system with that. Any more than that? Need to disconnect, yeah. Guess I make more problems for myself. Spider. There's one too many. Tank. Correct. And that should be ethylene gas. And that should use up the rest of my oil. Hopefully I won't need too much of this stuff. Oh, this is the north face. What do I call this one? Polyvinyl butylate plastic. Oh, I forgot a chest. That's what this system's still missing. Because I can't actually connect to that outside one without the chest. logistics pipe. That's the tick lag I'm experiencing at this base. Go. Now this. The plastic. That's a connection to the logistics system. Okay, so I need to get 3 liquids into this machine. But I also need to be able to get... It's only one output, isn't it? Right now I'm trying to make this. Nope, it does output water. I will have to take care of that. Probably get the fluid trash. Okay, so I will need another tank, a fluid trash... Find it without skipping it. I've already skipped it. This is why I badly search for stuff, because I literally have so much stuff the system can produce and is holding that it just becomes hard to find everything. Yeah. Probably looking right at it at one point. So, since I have basic, because I'm going to run power behind, I have space for 2, but oxygen is something I'm going to need down the line, I'll just have this input oxygen for me. Then I'll just start filtering stuff. Do I need more filters? Maybe. Or no, these are fluids. Yes. I will definitely need more filters. Alright, so I'll have that be oxygen. That. Because I do have to be careful with how I output stuff. This to be extract on brown, because that's all you're going to be doing, so there shouldn't be any issue there. And between all the systems, I should have more than enough oxygen. Because my other system is also, the new base has already been producing some oxygen, and then this base have a decent amount of oxygen production. I've needed it for so much stuff. Filled with oxygen, then this needs ethylene. Just one of each, okay. But I don't want too much ethylene sitting in here, so that's going to be the low one. Good. Like to have an internal of 16. An oxygen. Okay, that's the acid. That's the wrong type of oxygen. Yeah, I think it is. I think that's the type I actually want. That could have been an issue. Okay, that should be the correct type of oxygen, which should get in here. The only thing I'm missing is the ethylene. Liquid ethylene. Oh no, I need ethylene gas. Fluid ethylene, fluid dot ethylene. Yeah, that one. Because there's a difference. Because you can have fluid dot ethylene is the gaseous state, liquid ethylene is the fluid state. But I'm not producing the fluid. Okay. Oh, power. Like, is missing here. It is power. Set up a system for that. Request a battery box. That was not the right one. Needed high voltage. Well, at least they're... I think they're different blast furnaces, so that shouldn't be an issue. They should both be built at the same speed. And misclick. I'm sure I'll find a use. I will need the extra battery buffer at some point. So I don't think that will be that big of an issue. Or for that. That will give me the polyvinyl acetate? No, that will give me the vinyl acetate. I gotta mix that with oxygen on one. More oxygen comes into play. Oh, but I need... That does have to extract on brown. Oh, this conundrum again. Multicolored channels are nice when you don't need to put multiple of them into the same machine. Actually, do that. That insert on brown to add the oxygen. And have another one insert on blue. But that is going to mean I need another disconnection module here. And then I need this to insert on blue. But I need to fluid filter it for vinyl acetate. Polyvinyl. Yes. Don't know where I'm extracting yet. Pull all that out because that's what I'm going to be working with. Disconnection. Use And then I'll have to deal with the water over here. And of course, more disconnection modules. Insert, but I want to get a filter for that first. If I didn't filter it, it's just going to dump all that oxygen into the trash. Okay. The price of trying to make these things compact is always disconnection modules. What it comes out to being. Did I get any more? Yes, there we go. The extreme battery buffer got done first. To show how much better it is to process higher tech levels when you actually can make the stuff. The water. Low priority just in case. Needs to be on blue. Be good. This should give me the polyvinyl acetate, right? Vinyl acetate plus air, polyvinyl acetate. Wait, real quick. That is the only output. I could actually go dump it the next machine, and I could have this be where they meet. So this needs to be butylide. I don't know if I'm spelling that right or saying that right. Propene, hydrogen, carbon monoxide. Ugh. Gotta figure out propene, but these I should have in the system. It's just getting them here. I know I'm making a mess of this. I'm just trying to get it done. Face it. Glitch myself into the wall. Basically, I'm just trying to see how compact I can make this so I can use this for other stuff too. Because I think this is going to be the most, or the majority, this space is going to be the majority of builds I need to make to get the next base set up. Or all the final builds I need to get to the next base setup. Okay, so I think to fix this issue, I do need to move this down. Or doing all the wiring. Only on me, or have I been using them all? Got one. Because a lot of the machines can be picked up. There we go. Now I got access to more room. Off. This needs to be carbon monoxide. And hydrogen. Spider pipe. And I'm just going to do another tank just for safety. Because I don't know what's going to go. What's really going to be happening with some of this stuff. I'm trying to keep this system running without too many hiccups. Just going to put in protections as much as I can. Real quick. This have a byproduct? No. So you can dump. Just the same. Into there. You're going to be a pain. Might not have needed to move it down. Okay, let's get you... Actually, I've unrouted. Get this machine filled up, and I'll figure out the placement of the last stuff once I get it roughed in. But at least the nice thing about most of the logistic stuff is you can just work on it until you get it to where you want. And refine it. Start filling this up with the chemicals it needs. No circuit condition. So all I have left is propene. Oh, actually, I don't... That was the only thing I didn't figure out yesterday. Actually, I might not need this last. Chem reactor, sorry. Last chem reactor. I don't want to build a whole distillation tower. Butylene. I could get it from the naphtha. But that's just going to run down the oil faster. And butylene is harder to make out of organics. Nothing else. Has to be distilled. I mean, even material takes a little while. Well, let me order an HV distillery. I've got it in the system. Nope, of course. Got it, even though I use it in the farm. Oh, I need to go order one real quick. At least the parts to make one. Actually be building that many more. Oh, that's why. I actually haven't made any. Oh, where was it? Brewery. Distillery. Okay, so what do I need to do again to get long rod spring in the metal bender? Rod. That's a metal bender, isn't it? Or an extrude. It's an extrude. Real quick. I already make Canthal rod. No. So, need the Canthal rod and metal bender. Benders over here. There'll be easier stuff. Yeah, long rod. Long rod out of Canthal ingot. Right. Shooter. Yep. Got to take a break real quick, and then we'll be back. Get this all set up. So, be right back. Alright, let's get back to it. See if I can figure out this type of plastic that I only need for laminated glass. Alright, so I'm gonna check. Fighting. Oh, because this is slow. Right. Being supplied, so that's not providing. Beam crack nap, though. Hmm. You. Your MV. Where else can I get propane from? Binary gas. Or butene. Was it propane? We have so many chemicals that sound similar. This is propane. Butylene. What are they? Butylenes. Or butene. Different types of butene. Butylene. Heavy fuel. Light fuel. Naphtha. Trying to find the link that makes it the organic part. Where get the organic? I think all sulfuric, yeah, all sulfuric naphtha has to come from oil. So, unless I'm making oil. I could set up a pyrolyzer to do more oil. Set up another distillation tower. That's what I was trying to avoid. Sulfuric naphtha doesn't need to process the next step. Oh, 12 buckets. Okay. Yeah, this old system, I think. I need to be retired. Fighting. Just steam. Okay. You're the hydrogen. You're just getting oil. Because if you go back and look, this system has been sitting here turning for 20-some streams. Like, I have not touched the system in a long while. Do I just have to build a new oil system? The Pyrolos 7. Do I have any parts? No, looks like I used most of my installation tower parts. Coils sitting anywhere? Hopefully they're in the system. Nope, they're not in the system. I do not know. I should still have a bunch. I forgot that I need to finish off making Kanthal coils. Because even if I figure out what I need to do, I still need the distillery in the cube. Right. Which one of these was your wire mill? I think I need the bending machine for Kanthal Springs. Yeah, metal bender. Lathe metal bender. They're all the way over here. Spring from long Kanthal rod. Yep, on one. Yep. So back to oil, because that's what this all has to stem from. So I can use the Pyrolos oven to make heavy oil. I could just turn that into oil and feed it back in the system. Get what I actually need out of it. Like much. No, light oil I can only weirdly find in certain areas. Okay. Does look like I do get a little more from turning it into oil. That's not the right thing. Because if I distill it, only 15 out of the 100, out of 100. 15 liters out of 100 liters is sulfuric naphtha. But if I do regular oil, it's 20. Stuff can I do with gas? Sulfide and refinery gas. Go harder into refining. What do I do with all those coils? I think I've used up all the coils I've made. I have made a lot of blast furnaces, so they could just been repurposed. I had some laying around I was using for large chem reactors. Probably still had some left. Just use this feature real quick. Be in the spectral. Yep, there they are. Pyrolos needs building 16. I'd have to make a couple. But what happens if you get better coils? Okay, anything better than Canthal speeds it up. Oh, so I could actually just use better coils to make it faster. I have at least some Canthals laying around in the system. I could use those instead. Yeah, I have 16 Canthal. And I can also get this distillery, which I think I need at least another one. What else do I need for Pyrolos ovens? Maintenance hatch. Or no, I don't need... The maintenance hatch doesn't exist in this pack. It's better than other... Or makes this easier than other Greg Tech packs. I'll need the muffler. I'm making the heavy oil recipe. I need one item input, one item output, and a fluid output. So not a ton. Okay, there's item input output. Need a fluid. Oh, that's not the right one. Sucks that they don't call them hatches. Fluid hatch. I just need an LV1. This is the input. I'll have to make it an output. Didn't mean to do that, but I'll probably find uses for them eventually. If I make a distillation tower, I'll need a lot of output hatch. I'll need a lot of fluid hatches. What else is there? Weird coils don't come up under Pyrolos, or don't show the Pyrolos oven. That's interesting. Oh yeah, I do need to order the oven. Yeah, at least I didn't over-order the actual block. Only the muffler. Need 11 casings. I don't have any squirreled away in a weird spot. Now that's all plus chiller. I'll probably need more of those. One advanced distillery. Other than that, it would be 10, but I'm not putting one of the hatches in, so I need to substitute it for another block. Distilleries. Okay, so heavy oil. Regular oil, 1-to-1. The distillery. And it behooves me to use a distillation tower with 4 outputs. Distillation tower. What am I doing? I'm doing oil. It's just 4 liquids out. So 1 liquid in, 4 liquid out. Liquid hatches are taking a while. I definitely have enough of those. And these are also going to need a power hatch. What level does oil need to be around at? MV. Yeah, I'll just slap an HV hatch on it. Feel like I've got energy hatches somewhere. Yeah, there's an extra one there. And that's all I really need. Because the Pyrolos oven just runs on... Does it? It just runs on fuel, doesn't it? No, it does need an energy hatch. I'm not using these ones right now. I can always just make more, and I might have to run those blast chillers whenever I build them at higher levels anyway. Because I'm starting to get into where I need to run them at like EV or IV. I think all the recipes I'm looking at are only EV. I think Osmiridium, the blast furnace is IV, and the blast chiller is EV. Okay, what else do I need for the distillation itself? The fluids. Yeah, it doesn't crack from oil, it just cracks subsequent parts. So, I mean, one of these might be good for cracking down stuff. No, be refined. Take the sulfur out of it. Yeah, okay, so that needs 4 more chem reactors. He's just like, oh, they're wrought iron. They're monopolizing my arc furnace over here. And I'm probably running low on iron. Yeah, I get twice as much if I use oil cracking units. And I'd get more if I Propane. The right stuff. You get into the petrochemical in this pack, it gets deep fast. More petrochemical than I've set up in a while. Might be able to get away with one cracking unit. Case. Oh, cracking unit is a multi-block structure used for turning light and heavy fuel in cracking cracked variants out as much loss. Lets you crack with hydrogen, which I think, or no, that's hydrocracked. What I want is the fuel stuff. Yeah. Heavy fuel, light fuel. What can it do with one? Or oil cracking. Heavy fuel. Oh, hydrocracked. Fuel. Naphtha. And then the refinery gas. And what do I specifically need again? Propene. Get from lightly steam cracked heavy fuel, lightly steam cracked light fuel, and lightly steam cracked naphtha. And a big distillation tower. Everything. Including more light fuel and heavy fuel from some of this. Can I run these all through the same distillation tower? No, something changed there. Yeah, they switch out. Okay. The light fuel makes naphtha. Naphtha makes light and heavy. I'm guessing heavy makes light and naphtha. Yeah. I could test to see if I could put multiple inputs in the machine. There's one liquid hatch. I'm waiting on one more casing, and I think the Pyrolos oven's done. Oh, it looks like I'm going to need 2 distillation towers, a steam cracker, multiple of the chem reactors. And this all to make a bunch of stuff that I'm going to only use part of. Roll. The question is, can I fit a... Do the math here. Can I actually fit a distillation tower that big in here? Because what, this needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12 layers if I want everything. So 13 by 13 by 13. I'd have one block of space. I can float it one block off the ground. That's just for that one. Yeah, let's do it. This is the new petrochem. Really, I should probably turn this off. I can pull the oil from there to I can get more out of it with this setup. Okay, so I need... Get the pyroless oven into a bag. Start putting it together. Okay, distillation towers. This one is... Okay, I can run these on HV easily. You like the carbon dust. What do we got in here? Fluid hatches, item bus. I'm just going to steal from this. I haven't even gotten to where I need to set up those vacuum freezers. Oh, did I miss that? This is the big one I'm going to try to make. Fluid input hatch. Ton. I'm going to try triple input on this one. It needs an item output bus. Do I have the screwdriver on me? Yes. But I don't have a bench over here. Because I took the crafting table. There we go. All these need to be changed. So I'm going to attempt to put 3 input hatches into this machine. See how that works out. And I need how many outputs? Three, four, five. I don't know if that's going to work or not. Because these 3 switch around at the bottom. Or these first 2 switch around. But testing is testing. 12 output hatches. There for now. Good thing I accidentally ordered like 16 of these. Because I'm going to need them. Okay. At least another distillation tower. And yeah, got that. Oh, just energies, inputs, and outputs. Good. Clean stainless steel. Which I gotta figure out because it needs a lot more than just what the normal one's gonna use. Actually, good point. I might as well just order up 44 right now. I need at least this much. I forgot you could do that. You can actually look at what the components of what you are trying to order. Because if I remember, each level needs, besides the top, not counting top or bottom, each level needs at least 7. Yes, it is a bottom block. Two more hatches, and then I've got enough for this. Okay, so I currently have 44 in here, or 44 on the way. Can I do the math for the rest of these? Because the top and the bottom might need an extra one, but I'm also going to attempt to... Right now, -2 from the bottom, -1 from the top. So currently this is sitting at 19, but then I need to add 10 layers, 7 apiece, so 70. +19. 9. Already ordered 44. Yeah, this is going to need a lot of casing. I'll just let that work and I'll figure out a spot for this. I need some strong blocks. Build it here. Right. Or back corner. I can just wrench them. Oh, but this is because this conundrum. I mean, I can just reprocess it. Might not be that big of an issue. I just got to keep these bottom two always empty for the rest of it to work. But the question is whether this works. Ooh. Actually, remembered the multi-fluid input. Actually see if that works. That might solve my issue. You can't use the multi-fluid output because the way this multi-block is built, I believe, it requires an output on every level. But a multi-block input might work because I need to input cracked, light oil, heavy oil, or light fuel, heavy fuel, and naphtha. I should change that up. See what it takes to make multi-fluid input. That's what you get. You get the live me figuring this stuff out. There isn't too many more coming. Okay, multi-fluid hatch. Or no, bus. Right? Fluids are buses? No, items are buses. Fluids are hatches. And I need... is Ivy the lowest one? There was lower multi-fluid hatches. The hatch, quadruple tungsteel, polyfluoroethylene. I can make it. Need to... Ooh, no. I overlooked that, and 1 sec, I need to step away, and I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Let's get back to it. I don't have an easy way to make the multi-fluid. My only other option is the ME hatch because it can do multi-fluid. But I wasn't planning on setting up an ME system over here. What do I got for ideas? I mean, I could just do a single input. It looks like I actually got those. Of course, I went too high, and now I gotta go back down. Yeah, I'm just not gonna mess with the input, outputs. I'm not even gonna try it. And then start building this thing up. The reason why I had to take a break because some door-to-door salesman came to my door, and I think they were younger than me. They were definitely younger than me, so younger generation. I asked for a paper business card, and they say they're trying to be eco-friendly. Paper, good paper, can be made eco-friendly, freeze absorb carbon. Paper is renewable. If you're not treating it with the plastic stuff and a lot of the chemicals, you can get away with actually semi-eco-friendly paper. Just, and then they don't respect my time because I would, if they would have just asked for an email address, I would have just given to them. They could send me their company info, and I'd get back to them. That's all I really ask for when I don't have time to deal with somebody. Business card or some way to get information from you that isn't just standing here wasting my time. Sorry, rant. It just makes me angry because I don't feel like my time's being respected. I don't need... So, if I'm correct, this should work. I just got to be careful about pulling out and putting in stuff, which I might just need buffer tanks for that. But yeah, no, that is literally one of my biggest pet peeves is when I feel like somebody isn't respecting your time. Especially when they're trying to get your money. If you want my money, you shouldn't upset me. yes, I was a bit of an ass and did kind of slam the door in their face, but they weren't listening to me as a person. And I find that very disrespectful. Because if all you're doing... Okay, sorry. This rant's still going on. Because if you can't train a salesperson to deal with different customer needs, if you're just trying to do a one-size-fits-all thing, I am 100% not going to deal with you. Because not every customer is the same, and everyone has different ideals. You can sell to a wide base and not be... Sorry. Trying to get it out of my head so I'm not ranting about it. Sometimes businesses make me angry. What's funny is I don't... And it comes back to me not liking being lied to. I feel like if you can't respect me as a person and or lie to me, that's just instant, I don't want to deal with you. Because the funny thing is, you can tell me you're literally taking my money to my face, and I will actually probably be more receptible to that. Because at least you're honest about it. I'm willing to give you a little bit more if you're honest. You get you get more leeway with me when you're honest than when you're deceitful. I need to focus back up. What was this other tower? It was oil. It needs 4 outputs. I stopped. Don't think it needs any sort of... Yeah, I need to check. I need to... Got it. Built these together, actually. Yeah, if I just switch the fluid ducts to the other side, I think I'm good. Oh, yeah, that's a simple fix. Fluid, yeah. But item here. Because that's a funny thing, is if another VTuber came to me and be like, I literally just want to basically use you for, like, collab content. Maybe even when I don't stream on my end. I'm slightly open to just helping make content, and we're still maybe working out some sort of deal that benefits me, but not looking for that much in some regard like that. That up there. Because if I switch this over, then I can share a side and save some of this casing. And this is why flying really sucks. Mining while flying or swimming is always hard. There we go. I'm on the side. I want all the fluid inputs and outputs pointing the same direction. Makes it easier for me to use them. So then this side can be shared with the next one over. That will save me some building blocks. I still gotta find a spot for the dang Pyrolos oven. The other one here. Input hatch. Do the same thing, point them out here. Be a lot shorter. That should be 2 distillation towers. I do need more casing. Oops. Don't remember how much I've gotten so far. Guess when it stops spitting out casing, I have to order more. Well, it depends on how much chrome I have, I guess. Have enough chrome for that much stainless steel? Yeah, I think it stopped. Let's order another 40 and see how far that gets me. I guess I still have a decent amount of chrome. Okay, we need to take another break here, and then we'll be back. Hey, let's get back to it here. Alright. Put these blocks in and then figure out where my Pyrolos oven's going. How tall this one needs to be. A lot different sizes just to process different things. Okay, so Pyrolos oven should go over here. This one has to go in the middle, right? Yeah, it's a block. Only thing that needs to go on the back is really the muffler. All right, it's 3x4x3. 3x4x3. I like to try to get all the inputs and outputs on the front. Power. And hopefully I got enough casing. Nope, I'm one short. And I put a coil in the wrong spot. I need one more. Might as well just order it here. And that should be a working Pyrolos oven. I might actually point all those down. Because the funny thing is, logistics pipes work better when you don't put them in the side that's actually marked. Yeah, those are the extra output hatches that I don't need. Anything out here, else out here I'm really waiting for right this second, besides more of these? I don't think so. Change entry point because I keep building more stuff. Okay, so this one will handle oil, and this one will handle what comes out of oil after it runs to the steam cracker. I still got to make a steam cracker, which is the same size as this, but doesn't share the same casing. I'll put the steam cracker just above this, like maybe one block gap. Or no, is this steam cracker's one block longer? Not good. HV tier, Pyrolos oven. Running at 100% speed. And it needs to be set to 3. That's supposed to be a fluid output hatch. Of course, I forgot to change the hatch. I only use the screwdriver in a full-size crafting table. Oh, these are just output hatches. One of these. Real quick, I want to order oil cracker. And then it needs normal hatches. Ace. If I order nichrome, I should be able to replace something. So it's going to need an input. At least I used up all the hatches I accidentally ordered. So my accidental order of 16 fluid hatches didn't go to waste. I'll need another one. And I almost ordered another 16. Sometimes I just have the worst clicking luck. Like, I will click something without thinking about it. And it's just dreadful. Okay. That's the correct Pyrolos 7. This setup. Yep, so you're a happy big or medium-sized distillation tower. Because the smallest is 3x3x3. And I got the big one here to get finished. Oil and all of its byproducts. Of course, I forgot to check this again. No, this is 1x3x5. Or 3x3x5. Actually, it does need to be one longer. That actually is going to be built out to there. This room's going to look ugly. I'm not really going for aesthetics here. I'm going to try to finish this and get it set up. For actual processing. Let's see. More case being made, or do I need to order even more? Which at this point, I don't even know how much I need. A few more. I do need more for... Yep, that's done. So 2 fluid inputs, a fluid output. Right, steam cracker. Yeah, most of it is only 1 output, because it's basically combining 2 things together. Got the coils, and I'll have to figure out more stainless steel case for it. How much stainless steel case does a steam cracker need? 20. I'm going to order it to my bag. Yeah, it was finished because there wouldn't be a residual in the system without it being done crafting. It only returns stuff to the system when it doesn't have a place to put it. That means my order was finished. Okay, so how many more blocks? 1, 2, 4, 8, 6, or 10, sorry. 10, 13, 16, 19. I'd need at least another 19 probably. Yeah, that should be fine. I think I'm still going to be under a bit. Okay. There isn't any sort of multi-fluid tank I can use, right? Go ahead and grab like another 4 tanks. I feel like I'm going to need them. Can the system actually make these tanks? Good. Use those too. Because the thermal expansion tanks don't work well when you're trying to stack them on top of each other. And that's exactly what I'm going to do here. At least I'm saving some blocks by sharing. All this just to get propene to feed into that system to make the polybutyl blah plastic. So I can make laminated glass. I think I've had the issue with... So one of the reasons why I was going to put... I put the like poly or ethylene tank base, and I was worried about it here, is because on the item side of logistics pipes, we found that there's an issue with if you put a provider pipe, an item provider pipe on a Greg Tech block, it can see what's in the input. I was worried about that for the fluids also. And unlike the item pipe, you can't really tell it not to. Right? I go here and go provide it. Get the provider pipe. Wrong thing. Get the provider pipe. Slap it down here. Yeah, it doesn't have an interface. I also got to figure out a power system for this area. See, so this is 4, maybe 5 amps. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 19. Yeah, I'm going to need multiple power boxes. How do you connect to that? Such a pain. Move you one more block out. I'll run all the small machines over here. And I'll set up another one for the big machines. Away the 2. I do need to order more cable. HV for so much still. Kind of works out. No, that's gonna be you're gonna be a pain if I put an item conduit there, aren't you? Okay, good. Oh, I don't even need to do that anymore. I've got the plugs. Got a plug on me? No. Of course I don't. Looking at that. Where did I put them? They're there. Okay, once I plug, I can plug those in. Start running. There we go. There's a massive distillation tower. Eight. Dang. Of course, I don't have one. Okay. Floop. Yeah, I mean, put that there. I need... How am I going to set this up? At least 4 of these, right? Uh, of what wire I have left. Okay, so these will be in charge of turning all the sulfuric oil parts into non-sulfuric oil parts for the steam cracker. I'll need a tank to resort out the oil parts, the non-sulfuric oil parts that come out of the second distillation tower, the big distillation tower. I got to figure out a four tank system for that. How is this built? It's on the side. Of course, you got to have a funky build. Oil cracker. Let's see. Does it force? Or can I get away with putting them all on one end? I have extra inputs? I'm losing track of everything because I'm building too many machines. Trying to keep track of the building parts of 4 different large machine blocks. I mean, 3 of them are done, but still. So the nichrome, let's see. You're nichrome, you don't matter. You're canth, aren't you? Oh, you're nichrome. What are you? Oh. I should have just ordered canthols. Oh well, I can run the oil cracker with nichrome. Actually, now that I think about it, probably run the pyrolose oven with nichrome. And run the steam cracker, the oil cracker with canthal. Because I'm going to need to be making sure I produce more oil. See what it does when I try to put everything on this side. In the right spots. Of course, it's because I'm flying. Makes it harder to break stuff. I believe it's only item outputs you can, or item patches that you can, or sorry, item buses is the correct pronunciation, that you can pick up with the dolly. See if I can just... Flux plug. I also gotta wire all this stuff up. This is why 0 amp loss materials are really nice. When you have to snake stuff around and you don't know actually how much you need. Oh, I forgot the energy hatch. Wonder how many ways I've accidentally messed up one build so far. The record's got to be at least 5. 5 different things I keep forgetting. Another HV hatch. Right, steam cracker. Run on MV normally. Oh, you run HV normally. Oh, and it's energy reducage. So I'm running this on Canthal, so it's 10% energy reduction. So, HV should be fine. Here and here I need those. If you're new here at all, I build builds with as many different mods as possible. It seems like. Not on purpose, just that's what happens. Need another HV energy hatch. Because I will use a mod for its specific characteristics. Should have put those around the bottom. Nah, it works. Actually, I should have put those on the side. Let's double check if what I said earlier actually is true. Because I believe the dolly only checks if it has an inventory. Huh? No, it works. Weird, I don't know what I triggered to show what blocks what it still needs. Handy. I just don't know what I did to trigger it. Still waiting on that. How much of the nichrome coils are done? That over. Basically, a good chunk of this line is going to be obsolete. Why did I request another fluid hatch? Sometimes I just can't keep track of things. Careful about that. Okay, so those will be nichrome. This will be cancel. This is still waiting on an energy hatch, and then it looks like this should be 2 fluids in, 1 fluid out. This should be items in, item plus fluid out. This is the only one that has items. The rest is all fluid. This is just basically going to output to these, so I need to run a bunch of conduit. Oh, and I need a distiller. Those distilleries. I think I left them outside. Because it has to go pyroless oven, distillery, distillation tower, the sulfuric chem reactors, the big distillation tower, anything that can go back into the... Or no, sorry. Sulfurics, steam cracker, distillation tower, whatever can go back from the distillation tower to the steam cracker goes back, and then it's just using parts from the distillation tower, which will be my new source of all the petrochemical oil cracking. No, I left them in here, didn't I? Yep, I can't keep track of where I left stuff. It's a normal day for me. Sky is blue and water is wet. Okay, so right now this is 8 amps. But it depends on how much I want to put there. I could put the distillation over here because it just needs to put it here. So we go pyroless oven. Did I put this here? This isn't... Oh no, that is for regular... Sorry, that is regular oil. Actually, I could go like this. And then run power to it. Because this is going to turn... heavy oil into regular oil. It has to be on 5. And this is going to provide oil from the system. Might even put an... The other option was to put an extraction pipe on this, so it uses the big oil tank outside to store it. Yeah, I probably should. If I already got the tank, I might as well use it as a buffer. This cube is just going to be a real mess, and I don't really care. Yeah, there's no outputs over here, so I can plop that down there. still gotta figure out all the pipes for this place. I ordered that HP battery buff. Yeah, HP hatch. I do need to order a battery buffer, though. Get the right one this time. Does look like I need one more casing. That is just missing the power hatch. Okay, let's see if I got this right again. Pyro 7 turns wood into heavy oil into regular oil, oil into sulfuric oil byproducts, sulfuric oil byproducts to regular byproducts, regular byproducts to cracked byproducts to all the oil subproducts, or oil products, I should say. Oil constituents, oil products. Inline refining, final refining. And the whole reason I have these tanks, so these can fast output. Between these two tanks, these can hold two different types of things, because these two output buffers will output 3 different types of things. And this will need to intake 3 different types of things. But I'm just not going to worry about that. Do these all need to be set to something? Oil, distillation tower. No, just hydrogen. This does a decent amount. 8 buckets to 8 buckets for 2. And I get a little bit of hydrogen sulfide out of it, which can go to make more sulfuric acid. It's taking that energy hatch so long. It might be stuck behind all the nichrome coils, now that I think about it. That is something I'm going to need to address. It's just to make this stuff to make that stuff. Don't really need that on the list anymore. The only reason I need the laminated glass is to make a saw. Is to make the IV saw. What are you currently working on? Working on the nichrome. You even running anything? No, you're idle. Okay, so no, the nichrome is not that. Waiting on. Yeah, this is my energy hatch. You're waiting on the coil? You're waiting on a magnetic steel rod. Why am I not gotten a magnetic steel rod? You are trying to make steel. I'm worried that there's some problem with wrought iron. I feel like this has happened before. Because that's the steel. That's the steel I've been waiting on. I haven't checked if I got lucky on the scrap, even though I'm not, again, not running much scrap, but nope, still not lucky. I'll have to build a whole system for that. Build an actual trash recovery system. Making all the nichrome for the coils, which is taking a while. That should speed up once I switch it over to Ivy for the osmiridium. Debating making an alloy blast smelter. That's a future build, because right now I'm trying to get this plastic made. There we go. And that formed. You're a happy oil cracker. Then I just need the new coils for the Pyrolos oven, and that kicks that off. I need another flux plug. Right, I'm going to start running out of batteries here. Yep, I only have 16 left. Yeah, those do hold 32. I made those over the other version. Alright, let's go through this process again. Heavy oil from the Pyros oven into the distillery. Because I don't want to crack it directly, because the thing I want the most is the naphtha. I mean, really, any of these will work. What are the recipes? Because I can make either heavy oil or light oil. C15. Okay, maybe I don't need that. I want to use up the rest of the oil I have. Maybe I should pump that in first and then make the heavy oil. Heavy oil, I might actually be better to distill. Feels like I get more out of it. And it is a higher value or a higher power process, which usually means it's better in some way. Not like you shouldn't take that at face value, but still. Usually in Greg's tech, if something is a higher tech level, it usually does better. Raw oil, empowered oil. Oh, you can just turn empowered oil directly into diesel. It's an okay conversion rate, but what do I have to do for empowered oil again? Crystalline with empowered canola. Empowered canola is canola with liquid starlight. Infinity dust. Do have infinite infinity dust now. Do I change everything up at the last minute? Technically, this distillation tower. I want to use the oil. Get the oil running. what was this? Can hold at least 16. Oh, that's provider. Let me put the... Okay, I need supplier pipes. So yeah, I don't even need this distillery. I need a project chest. So the main reason I put project chests around is because it's easier for me to visualize instead of... If I just put it in the bags like I normally do, or you normally see me do between like carrying stuff around, I'll forget that it's in there. At least a project chest, I know that this is stuff for this project. Go peek at it from time to time to remember where I am. So there. Is there anything else? These... basically just to help me organize what I'm trying to use on this project. Bag a little bit. I do not know how much power I still need. I should go check the engines and see how bad. Are you full? Yeah, you're full. Okay, so I'm not... After this gets full, I should go check the engines are doing. Because I'm still keeping the power separate. So I'm not running this off the EV power over at the other base. This is all this base's power. Because as I power down this base, I don't want... Because of the way I'm setting up the power system at the new base, I want to be able to know when I'm overtaxing that system, and if I was powering this system and that system, as I built it, my numbers would be off, because as I build that system, I'm going to power down this system. And I might even just leave the power production over here running and plumb that into the new system. Kind of like backup power. Or when the rotors run out, use that as the main like emergency power. I don't know. I'm trying to find the word. It's not emergency. It's like low priority power. Like power that's always running, but it doesn't power the whole system. Like soft power on a motherboard. Because even when you turn off your computer, unless you like unplug it or turn off the power supply, your motherboard still has soft power. That's why when you push the power button, it still turns on. Because if you didn't have soft power running through the motherboard, and it's very low. Like, technically you could run soft power off of like a couple batteries for a while. This, I just want regular oil. Let's see. I want to make sure this is set up first. Oh yeah, these don't have any circuit conditions, do they? I'm always worried about circuit conditions, and these don't have them. Yeah, these don't have a spot for circuit conditions. And it's oil, and heavy oil makes the same stuff, so I don't need to worry about the hatches, and I think it makes it in the same order. Because that's a weird thing. Oh, no. Yeah. So, oil, sulfuric heavy, sulfuric light, naphtha, gas. Heavy, light, naphtha, gas. Yep. Okay. Because I believe if it's made in the same order, it will prioritize the same outputs. That's all I need. Okay. Start filling this thing with oil. Fluid oil. I want you to use up all the oil that's currently in the big tank down or outside. Because then I could actually use that for heavy oil as a buffer. You're making the sulfurics, which I need to pipe over to these chem reactors. And I need to mix them with hydrogen. Conduit. Let's see. Fluid. Well, I'll use extract too. Populate these with filters. Gas, hydrogen plus that, yeah. So I believe they're all just hydrogen plus. I'm just going to go with that assumption. I'm going to just set this all to brown. Or no, I should go red for this build. Just in case I have to hook these together. I don't want them to share colors. I'd extract on black unless I find a reason not to. Yeah, I need to... No, I could color code. No. I gotta go back and forth on stuff because I gotta hook this up correctly or it's gonna have issues. Okay, so this is gonna be hydrogen. Red always active. So I'll get a supplier for hydrogen there. These will input hydrogen. And then I'll put in their sulfuric. They have to be in the filter to do the drag. Okay, they should all then take hydrogen. I'll just set these extract. The black are going to need the expansion tanks. And I got to figure that out. Oh, do have to take a break here, and then we'll be back. might be an issue. If I have to jump to break, if the ad break stuff or the ad break timer will show up. Let me just. There we go. I have to hide it before I change scenes, or otherwise, if I have to like fast switch to a BRB, it will just be there, and I don't want to confuse people of what is an ad break and what is a like I needed to step away break. That's why it takes a second for me to come back to this scene, because I'm making sure everything is set correctly for when I need to go to the next break. Get back to it. Okay, so this was running. So one of these, you're full. This is the one I don't have much use for. The gas, so I got to figure out what. Well, no, gas can be turned into propane, can't it? So I just need to start the process and figure it out. Okay, so I have these all set to red. I need to set these to the need to add heavy fuel. Nope, not in the right screen. Light fuel. Naphtha. Sulfuric gas. Sulfuric gas. Okay, now I should be able to send these easily over from here. Process going. You should get effective things and running some again. Need to get this hydrogen. I need another provider pipe. I will need some extractor pipes. Hydrogen sulfide. Have that be the output for hydrogen sulfide. Be a second. What's next phase? I guess let me go check how many more nichrome coils I still gotta wait for. Still a few. Even with the really upgraded coils, well, I guess nichrome is only one step down. Or steps down? Because I needed the coils before nichrome to make nichrome. But right now, nichrome's only being overclocked by like 2 tech levels. full again. Only thing is I'm worried about how much hydrogen I actually have to use. Like oxygen. Don't have that much coming from the other base. Don't think I'm producing that much here as a byproduct. No, I have some in the system, that's good. There's hydrogen sulfide, which can go into the system to make more sulfuric acid. Okay, so that all go into the steam cracker. Don't really care which way it goes. Well, the question is, am I using hydrogen or am I using steam? Oh, I wonder if I'm pulling steam from the other base. Because I'd like steam to be taken from this, but I'm base. This is still hooked up, right? Yeah. I got a provider pipe on the steam tank. But I don't know which one it's prioritizing. Hopefully it's prioritizing local over distance. But yeah, let's get steam for this thing. Is this the best way to route this? No, but it's gonna work. I probably should also start ordering more. Oh yeah, not what I want to do. Yeah, that's what I want. Needs to insert on black, but this needs to be any of the 4 sulfurics. Or non-sulfuric versions. Light. Light fuel, heavy fuel. Have the And refinery gas. Gas. I'll move this later. Good thing I can fly, so I can make these horrible messes and fly around them. You're going to be pulling in steam. Gonna be sad that I gotta switch out this glitch suit for something else to fight the Chaos Dragon. This flight is so nice without having to expend any resources. Full of steam. Oh, do I? Yeah, that's not good if it is what I think it is. Plus steam. Steam crack naphtha. What do I have this set to? Where do you actually set this one? Oh, is that why it needs an item bus? Yeah, I think that's why it needs an item bus. To hold a circuit condition. I was wondering why that needs, when it doesn't take any items in, why it needs a... Why am I out here? I just ordered one to myself. All that world loading for nothing. Yeah, the system took all that hydrogen sulfide. So the system must be using it, or at least the tank is empty enough, because I don't think I have a terminus order on any pipe for that. Like, if the system has too much, it dumps it somewhere. And unlike the item system, the fluid system shouldn't have a way of sticking stuff where it isn't needed. So if this is pulling the hydrogen sulfide byproduct, then that means the system actually needs it. Unless I'm completely wrong. But I do have a lot of stuff that's hungry for sulfuric acid. sulfuric acid is very useful when it comes to a lot of chemical processes. I used it a lot in my work. I actually helped run. I didn't touch the inside of the tools, but the tools I was working with for chemical processing were acid cleaners. So I don't remember exactly off the top of my head if they used sulfuric acid or not, but they used a pretty decent acid to eat away anything on the material that we didn't want, because the material was strong enough that for the cleaning process they were using, it didn't eat away at the material that we wanted to keep, but we could eat off all the stuff that we didn't want, like dust, somebody's hair. Or sugar ants. Some sugar ants get sugar ants get everywhere. And the funny thing is, in the work I did, they usually came in on you. So you'd find during sugar ant season, you knew who was having issues with sugar ants at home, because you'd catch sugar ants on them. Don't realize what you're actually carrying around with you most of the time. Being a big lumbering animal compared to a tiny, tiny sugar ant. Done yet? Yep. Input hatch, yep. I'm this on here. Okay, that's why I was wondering why I was a case short. I didn't need an extra case, I needed this. But because I didn't know why, I didn't get it. Worried. Start running. There we go. I don't want to accidentally set this to a certain condition where it runs and makes something that I don't want. There we go. And this has to go over there. And I need to order more conduit. Okay, so that needs to go... right. This is my input product over here. The only reason I haven't picked up this distillery is because I might still need it. No, I do still need it. I need it for the propane. You're currently steam cracking naphtha. Good. Are the recipes on you? Okay, they are 1 bucket. Good, that's what I need. As long as this buffer keeps clearing out, good. Which means 1-to-1 is perfect. That's exactly the mechanics I want this to have. Casing away. I do need to put on the black line some expansion tanks. but I can come to that when I get to the next, or when I start dealing with the outputs of this thing, where it becomes important. This needs to be insert on white. Make sure it doesn't get anything else. Now this is currently making heavy fuel and light fuel, which needs to go back to the steam cracker. Which is black. Yes. These should always go to black. Round robin on everything. Hate round robin so much. I wish it wasn't default. Oh, yeah, now we're getting some carbon, which with the power cable in the wrong spot. Really, it's not a good spot either. Okay, I got to figure out a way to get to that. Because I want the extra carbon for... because I think the system will take uncrafted carbon before it crafts carbon for itself. Because right now I'm making extra carbon out of diamond dust, which isn't a big issue. Can make infinite diamond dust right now. Black, extract always active. Black, extract always active. This should help return to this, but this is why I need the expansion tanks, because I need these cleaned. Because these will keep belching out different stuff. And these won't be full buckets. Their issue. Do I slam another 3 inputs on this and see if I can do that? Because this one has different rules than these things. These things have these distillation towers have very strict rules on how they have to be built. Toluene, benzene, butylene, butene, butylene, propane, propene, ethane. Oh, there's I can also take some propane from ethane, ethylene, ethane. Get a ton. I'm just gonna get a ton of provider pipes. Or do... One, two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a conundrum that I need to work on. I basically want this to run till all these are full. Need a tank system that pulls from here and... Ores. A good amount of each. I believe it's already full of ethylene and methane. Let's see. How do I want to handle this system? I mean, I would like it to run nonstop until I have a decent amount of everything. I mean, ethylene is really good. I'm gonna waste ethylene. I will need it for over there. Question, can these tanks... I don't think these tanks can do... The pressurized tanks can do... the holding enchantment, can they? That would be, actually, that would be my new favorite tank. You're full. What's funny is I'm actually going to have way more... Oh. To upgrade that. Because there, that means if this has got stuff in it, that means the rest of the system is satisfied for now. Well, no, this is... No, it is a bucket. No, that means the rest of the system's satisfied. I might have to put another trash can over here. And a trash can over there. Ugh. So full of oil? Yeah. I mean, I'm almost done if I can just get propane from over there to over here. That's at least the start of the process. What are you missing? Polyvinyl acetate. Oh, is it just vinyl? Just vinyl acetate. I put the wrong thing in here. That's why that's not working. There we go. Now that's getting the right stuff. Now this is getting the right stuff, and this will make me what I'm looking for. Food provider pipe. Yeah. Disconnection. Technically right now, you even need stuff. This might have been enough produced. Sadly, just enough to tear this all down. But that's the nature of this pack. Build stuff up just to upgrade. Because that should now be providing polyvinyl butyrol to the system, and then go tell the fluid solidifier that makes sheets how to make it, and that should be enough for laminated glass. I mean, I'm still going to refine this till it actually starts working, because who knows how much more plastic I'm going to need before the other base is up and running. Because this is now a system that's going to handle all plastic, all petrochem. Free plastic petrochem for this system for the foreseeable future. Until I build a new version over at the next base. And that's why I was just kludging this thing together. Because it's just going to become obsolete way too fast. Once I'm getting so close to being my main focus being the new base. Just getting these last things fixed. And then I'm going to use, and the whole point of me adding this stuff for spatial pylons to the mix is so I can move stuff from this base to the other base easily as I dismantle things and move machines around. I might build a big section that's all about wood to oil to wood vinegar to wood tar. Because I might just run like 3 Pyrolos 7s. Or more. Just make a big petrochem / wood chem. Well, it's all going to be wood chem. Wood chem to petrochem. But I'm going to do it without this thing, the tree beacon. Because I'm going to use the ones I'm using at the farm for the fruit saplings. Because then it doesn't drop items in the world and I'm not creating as much tick lag. Because that's part... Because I'm getting 2 issues on this base. It's tick lag and it's just data overload. Data overload is what's I believe was what's causing the load-in lag, and then just the amount of stuff and items on the ground and items moving in pipes. Because I believe, if I remember correctly, applied energistics is way more tick-friendly than logistics pipes. Like, part of the reason for this lag is just probably all the logistics pipes. You're still making nichrome coils. I got distracted talking about something. What was I getting? Came out here to... set up the fluid solidifier. That's what it is. Where is my fluid solidifier that does plastic sheets? Need the sheets. There you are. You're doing plastic sheet. And you can do this plastic. Positive, you still got recipe space. I do need fluid. I forgot about that. Need a fluid upgrade. This is AFS 01. Sorry, I've got a little bit of little belches that are being annoying when I'm trying to talk. I don't like that I can't pull from this side. 44. 1 ingot of polyvinyl butylate. Butyrol. Ugh. So if everything is correct, can I order laminated glass? If that works. That's the thing that's stopping me from getting an IV cutting machine, which is what I need to set up for IV, or for the IV hatch. And I probably also need for the IV dynamo. I'm trying to figure out, you bastard. Such a mess. I think if there's any way I can make this slightly better. Uh, Wait for it to catch up. Come on, can do it. I reroute that to there. It makes that makes that one pipe more compact. Okay. That barely probably sped up efficiency at all. Another one of these yet? Yeah. Okay, there's the laminated glass. Yeah, I don't think these can be enchanted with holding. Can go double check. But it's usually thermal stuff. Books. I might just order one. I'm just going to pull a holding enchantment out of the wall. Not going to worry about if it's the best one. I get caught on a pipe and the climbing gloves makes me climb up it. But I don't need the climbing gloves anymore, really. I can put them away. Why do I need to climb when I can fly? System. Then I can order an elite cutting machine. Alright, holding. Fortune. Life mending. Here, holding 4. That's good. Nope. Okay. Because this is part of the COFH core library, I was hoping that there might be a hook for what do you call it? Ender.io. Couldn't remember the mod name. Okay, so that tank's not going to work as well as I hoped. They are nice because you can stack them without issue, but I guess these ones will be better. I'm trying to find a good spot. Could put them along here. I only need 3 more coils. But I'm not even ready to use heavy fuel yet because I need to process more oil. I still had a decent amount of oil left. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably just put them here. Okay, need 6 more. And I'm gonna have to fluid them. Or filter them. Get those, put those in. Because these tanks are a lot more expandable. Because I can use both the upgrades and the holding on thermal tanks. It's just you have to put them side by side instead of on top of each other. Which when you're building a big vertical machine like these distillation towers, sucks. I do need a... what color am I going to use for this? If I want to use the same fluid trash can, I could use all. And this is why I wanted to make sure I was using different colors, because I can hook these systems together. Same fluid trash. Could just go here. I will need to put in here at some point. Okay, let's start this madness. So I think I'm gonna go in what I feel is the most important stuff first, which is ethylene. And gas. Make sure I don't get, even though I've said it, I'm just worried. Ethylene, propene. Which I also need to bring over here somehow. I'll just make it more important. Another disconnection upgrade. Red one. Be nice when I can carry everything on the same network. I'm getting there slowly. Okay. Yeah, just do that. Gives this long stretch. It's something to do. Okay, what do I need next? Propane. Might as well. That I can grab real quick. No. What's the one? Toluene. Get methane. What's the other gases? Propene, propane, ethylene. No toluene's in there, but I can't remember how to spell it. T-O-L. There's another F. Ethane. Yeah, so ethane, benzene, butene, butylene. Yeah, these are the last four. Ethane gas. Butylene. Butylene. Butane. Or butene. Oh no. Damn it. When was it? Benzene is one I need. Butene, butylene. Butylene, butane. This is benzene. It's actually something I've needed for a while. And this is the main way to get it. It'll be nice to finally have some in stock. Alright, now I can start wiring this thing up the rest of the way. Round robin on all these. Connect this to the system. These should all start filling up. This should kick back on. No, because you've still got light fuel in you because I need the expansion tanks. I also need to order like 9 fluid providers. Okay, gotta fix the products buffer. Or not products. Products, that's products. This is what did I call this? I don't remember. But it doesn't matter because we gotta take a break and then we'll be back. Sorry, I always space out at the worst time. I don't mean to leave you guys hanging on the ad screen or on the BRB. I just get looking at something while I'm waiting for the timer to tick down and just lose my train of thought. Ugh. But let's get back to it. Fix this. Because the problem right now is I need to get these moved. Now, this is only going to ever have 3 things. Really only need 3 expansion tanks because I don't need one for the gas. Oh, that's hydrocracked. Different. I need severely cracked, severely steam cracked. Oh yeah, that totally shouldn't be going out on black. I'm gonna turn off extraction of this for now. Figure out something with that. Because this is all light fuel right now, which is good. Yeah, this is all light fuel. Yeah, that's not supposed to go to the steam cracker. I forgot about that. Well, it might need to go to the steam cracker, but that's a problem for another day. I'm not going to get into gas refining right now. Okay, so I need 3 tanks for the 3 fuel. Yeah, that's probably what I should do. Still have that other pressurized tank. I put it somewhere. Where did I huck it? This is what happens when I don't pay attention to where I was putting stuff. Ah, good, I hucked it in there. I need 2 more of these. No, they should be... I need bigger tanks. I don't want a tank that small. Oh, the thermal tanks are better. Because I can expand their sizes as needed. I'll just put them in different spots. That should fix it. Not full of refinery gas, are you? Yes, you are. I might need a big output tank for refinery gas, too. And let me order another tank and a big upgrade. A fluid provider. You're going to interact with that, aren't you? Right. That in a second. There we go. Fixed. Yeah, right now I think whenever I break too many pipes, it's the whole logistics pipe system causes lag. Because it has to recalculate the routing tables. They're all empty, right? Did I mess something up? I did mess something up. What are you? You're butene. That's what you be. Butane. There we go. Now these should be empty. Yep. The only reason this thing isn't running is because this little bit of light fuel is causing an issue. Let's see. Heavy fuel. Well, actually, I should start with light fuel. Get this kicked back on. Light fuel. Oh, I gotta get the heavy fuel out of the way. Me not paying attention. Okay, so this one's set up for light fuel. I need to set this one up for heavy fuel. Yep, there we go. Where's processing? Get you set up for naphtha. Going all the way around. Okay, there we go. Got to deal with this sulfuric gas. Okay, so these should be just overflow tanks. But that... yeah, this is where... other stuff. I don't think orange is being used. Or yellow. I'll use yellow. Oh, but I need... That causes an issue there. I was pulling that out on black. Should be fine if I just turn this to black. The refinery gas shouldn't have any... No, it's going to go here. Yeah, I should put a filter on it. Be safe. Yeah, at least this is all kicking over again. One of these. Or no, extra black, always active, but I only want it to be... hydrogen sulfide. There we go. Okay, so that's all running again. It's all running because it's getting more propene. Propene this one. Yeah, I want to actually do what I was doing with the other expansion tanks. So now, if that way, that acts as a buffer for this. Okay, so I need test out if I can put 3 more fluid inputs on the oil cracker. Or no, 2 more. I just need 2 more. I'm not running refinery gas through it. Need to order 1 more. Yeah, I'm not going to need the Pyrolos oven as fast as I thought I was going to. But at least I'll have it here ready for when I actually do. Worst case, I can just move it over to the new base as I get that set up. Yeah. You're running low on light, but it can't get anything else because the issue. And I'm gonna have to put. Well, it's a good thing I ordered more of these. I want this one to insert only light fuel. Currently running. Let it run, and then once it stops, I'll start knocking holes in it again. Provider over here. That way when I start using refinery gas, I can pull it. Okay, that's running. Basically, the idea is this system can hopefully adaptively switch between processing naphtha, processing heavy fuel, processing light fuel as it becomes available. Out now? Yes. Knock 2 new holes in it. I didn't want to interrupt it while I was processing. But it seems to accept them. Fuel. Refuel. Yeah, that works. Fuel. And this has got to be naphtha. Naphtha, that's full of heavy fuel, and that will be full of light fuel. And this thing should just process whatever it wants on its whim because I don't care. And because that's one bucket for one bucket, this buffer should always be clean. Because I'm pulling that out, this sorts it. Yeah. Crazy, but it works. And that's the important part. That it works. Until this runs full of sulfur gas or gas again. But I'm hoping to run through most of the oil before then, and there's a pretty decent buffer over here. Because I am debating starting to void extra gas as needed. Because the main thing is producing this stuff. The ethylene's getting used up. Oh, because this is the only ethylene in the system. Okay, yeah, it's probably going over there. Why is ethylene so popular? And that's why. Ethane. Yeah, I probably need to upgrade that one. I don't use a ton, but I do like to have it on hand. That's probably the first one that needs a major upgrade. I need to put some of that stuff back in the system. Because I think this build is getting pretty much done. This is the time to pick up the project chest. Because yeah, this skips around why I needed the two distilleries. And I might still need to come in here and do more work, but I don't think I'm going to need them. Care about. I need them for something else. That is pretty much cycling. Before I forget, I should request the cutting machine. Just step away for a quick second, and then I'll be back. All right. Upgrade this, and I think I actually need to upgrade this. I mean, even though some of this is backed up just because this is processing. And that's something I gotta worry about. Already full of benzene. I see something that is probably going to become an issue, but I'm not sure how to fix it. And I don't know if I really want to fix it just yet. That off. That gets me... I should have the machinery to get these wafers. Cut them. I'm correct. That is all I needed. Now I can make IV energy hatches just very carefully. Going to be a new base thing that I'm going to have to figure out how to transfer. This is where I'm going to need the logistics item bridges. Or logistics bridges for items. Go to Aurelia first. That is a question. Okay, so this is... Currently, this is waiting on this, which is fine. I don't need it to process that fast. I'm just worried it's going to get caught. I needed was a top-up system, which I don't think I can do. Actually, that's an interesting idea. Does the pumps actually allow... Let me get my hands on an MV pump. Because if I can set it up like the robot arms, maybe that's the fluid control. Regulator. Yeah, that's what it is. Transfers... Limits fluids to specific quantities as cover. I think that's maybe what I need, but I'd have to play around with it. long as this is only producing naphtha, I'm fine. I didn't want to build 3 distillation towers. Okay, that build is good for now. Not gonna tweak on it too much more. I don't really want to start on the IV stuff till the cutting saw gets done. Set up the mixer. Squeeze in another row here. The only downside is I need to be able to put 2 fluid suppliers on that thing. Or, no, I can just do a I can do a fluid satellite pipe. Great. Upgrade that. This is what's going to be making me the stuff needed to... I guess I could have put it in the silicon, all the other ME stuff, but I think it works fine out here. That will be so it can handle fluids. For fluid crafting. Satellite pipe. Last mixer. Or have I not really used that many mixers that need fluids over here? Here's one. Advanced Mixer 202. VO3. Let's see, Flux Pearl, Ender Pearl Dust, Pure Fluid. Helium. $30. And this is the quartz glass. Gotta get this thing a shape plate. Glass. 576. Yep. Can just order that to myself because I keep forgetting. There we go, leak cutting machine. I can send back this electric pump for now. Shape plate in, this is done. Oh, stretched and my spine just popped. A bit of steel. I should probably check these. Oh, that's what I needed. I was climbing these still. Yeah, I haven't checked these, or I've been using these really hard. That would have been bad if the that big one that this is the one that handles my stainless steel, which is all the HV stuff. That would have been bad if that one stopped working. Hey, you're idle. You're just being bright for no reason. Both IVs. E tier? I've been running you off IV, but I need you to be LUV, which is 2 IV. Well, that's... I'm trying to move everything that's above EV and above, besides what I currently have here, over to the base. Shape plate, and I need to turn it into block form. And this can just sit in here. Now I should be able to request all the spatial stuff. I actually think I learned the recipe for spatials. There's one part I think I'm actually missing. Yeah, spatial I/O port. Okay, it doesn't need. Okay, that's just any glass. Good. Okay, it doesn't need anything too special, except for the drive bays. But since I'm already making those, not too worried about that. I need 2 crafting tables. I have the map on depth, or is that just because I'm under everything? Treating this as a cave. That's a weird graphical bug. Put one over here. There we go. Because this holds the spatial drives. Stuff's too green. Sometimes it plays with my eyes. There's just a shade of green that when I see it pass something, it just bothers me slightly. And not in a real bad way. It's not even, it's just my brain goes, wait, what's that? That's all the spatial stuff. I was debating one of these. Smelting. But I have to do all the titanium carbide and HSLA stuff. That might be the other bit on the new base setup because I'm going to use this for smelting the alloys that I don't just make. I'll have these hooked to vacuum freezers. I wish these could do bars. I wish this could be dust or bars. That would actually make that also really a major upgrade to these. I don't think there's a workaround. Because the main reason why they have you run stuff through the blast furnace and nothing else is because you need certain types of coils, but you could just have because these recipes are supposed to be, I believe, equivalent because it's supposed to be a blast smelter that you can get, yeah, or the alloy that actually is from, yeah, like this rhodium plated platinum. Because yeah, this needs an RV or sorry, IV RTM alloy blast furnace instead. It just kind of skips the step of. Actually, it just takes the place of a blast furnace. Actually, not a lot of difference, except you have to mix it up. Sorry, Gotta get my thoughts together here. Mixes, or it adds a mixer to a blast furnace. That's what the alloy blast smelter is. Always output. Yeah, it should always output a multiple of 144. It wasn't for the circuit conditions. Both use argon, but they use the circuit conditions make it hard. But I could probably run multiple. Could do, because I think I could run multiple blast smelters and one blast chiller. I don't know. That's thoughts for when I actually get around to building that. I need chickens. I got to get it to Aurelia. Aurelia. I need the IV setup. I don't really feel like Domcraft. Alright, so IV. How am I doing this? Chemical reactor assembly mission. I need to run both oil and this through the same assembly machine, which I can. Tungsteel cable. Or it's tungsten cable. Tungsten cable, yeah. I already got that. 1x. IV machines I already have programmed. It's just the HPIC. HPICs needs the cutting saw, chemical reactor with 2 different types of things, mixtures, alloys. That's the word. Alloys. I can remember things with pick wafers, which I'm already making. I just need to upgrade. I need 2 machines for upgrading pick wafers and then the assembler, which is what I got. I need a 4 amp IV battery buffer. Ultra excessive. No, that's not the right one. Insane. Insane voltage. 4x tungsten wire. It's not that hard. IV machine and a chest. Oh, and then I need the wire. IV is ferrosteel? No, stellar. Your wire needs thin polyvinyl chloride. Stellar's the best. Oh, once it's wrapped. Keep forgetting that. Oh, I can hold 12 amps per one. What can Enderium do? I've been overdoing it. I can do 8, so technically I should be... Oh, that's Signalium. Wait. I've been overdoing my cabling, haven't I? It doesn't matter. It just means I can pass more through it. Yeah, so I only need 1x stellar alloy. I just run stellar alloy through the wire mill, run it through the wire assembler I have for the new stuff. Be good. Wire, right? You can run through, yep, LV. Filler wire. Yep, still the same. Good. Tungsten's going to take a while. Let's see. I'm doing the wires. Wet assembler over here somewhere. Here it is. Oh, no, this is not the one I'm thinking about. I need the one that does silicone rubber. There we go. Silicone rubber, polyvinyl chloride. ULV. And PVC, stellar. Yeah. Now I can request 3 stellar alloy cable. Be all I need. Oh, I gotta figure out the batteries though. Throw it over here. Oh, we do have to go on break, and then we'll be back. Alright. Let's see. Did it finish it? No. I thought I checked that there wasn't any issue. I put it in the wrong tool. LA1. Good. Since I fixed the pipe before I looked in there, it worked. Yeah, I put wire in the metal bender. Wire. I made stellar plate. Why do I have so many stainless steel screws? Logistics pipes, you just don't work. The first 4x tungsten wire. And I gotta make 4 batteries. What are IV batteries? On energy. I don't know if I can make those. Oh, rose gold platinum cable. EV assembler. And yeah, vanadium. I mean, that's not awful. Vanadium, probably. I have a little bit. Need enough to make at least 3 batteries. Well, maybe 2. Get away with 2. But I do need an EV canning. An EV canning machine, damn. These in the machine, I should be good. Fix things. Because technically 2 of these machines should... The most of these machines I should hopefully have running at the same time as 2. Oh. Have I even ever used much 1x in this pack? I think I went to like what, 4x cable or 16 cable really early and just kind of kept making it. Not paying attention to how much amps they could hold. Still working on the battery pack. The batteries. Let's see, 6 rose gold plate. Can I request that? No. That. It is 1x platinum wire. Oh, but I need an EV assembler with Teflon. Do I have any Teflon just sitting in a tank? Hanging out? No. Yeah. Oh, that should be a decent amount. Rose gold gets done. Get it flattened. Need 16 vanadium. Oh, but I have to make the EV canning machine. Well, that will be the next craft after that. Right, because that's harder, or this is easier to make than this. This needs an EV. Yeah, I'd have to make an... well, I can't make extreme circuit boards yet. Or the engraved Lapiton crystals. That I could probably make. It makes 3 pieces. Platinum, nano CPU. Pick, extreme circuit boards, soldering, or tin. I'd have to make this. I might be able to do. Sodium persulfate, fiber reinforced circuit boards. Heat, sulfuric acid, annealed copper foil. Epoxy. Epoxy. No, I don't want to touch it. The petrochem upgrade was enough of an issue. Done. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with the vanadium batteries. They're going to be, I think, easier in the long run. Metal bender out here. Always fun seeing something that's not implemented fully or correctly. Alright, so if I just bang all this in here, I should get two battery holes. Vanadium for this. Get this finished. 4x battery buffer. I'm still using workstation, right? Yeah, they turn into mainframes. Now this is really going to bottom out the power here. Well, at least they're getting fuel. Yeah, they're currently full. I mean, technically this is enough power. That's enough power to run 2 IV machines. But that is the whole buffer to run 2 machines. I don't know what else to do while waiting for this to get processed. I guess go poke at the other base a bit. Good thing complex stuff doesn't have like value. I fill those back up with fluorine so they don't go dry. But no, I don't need to worry that much. I'm gonna pull from the system. Just yet, but eh. The worry is I use up too much fluorine from over here. Let's see. Fluid level emitter. Redstone. Torch. Work on this. What I use that for? I could. I'd have to rework this a little bit because of that. Because right now, if I cut this off, I cut off my trash. I mean, I could just do some creative rewiring. Because you can't normally turn off ME cable. But using this in the drawbridge, that doesn't keep the power. That stinks. Might be able to use a level emitter if I figure out how to do it right. Need a blue chemical dye. Or just lapis. I gotta figure out how to do this. Gas. How much do I currently have? 5. need 2, and this needs 1 per. Okay. More of a simple calculation. This needs at least 6 buckets. So I'd like to hold like 8 buckets in reserve. Should only be on if the system has 8 buckets of fluorine gas. I have that wrong. Maybe it's rounding up to 8. I want to do 9. Of or limit. That's what I want, but it's not. Oh yeah, these aren't even on 50% yet. With the control system, the rotors do seem to last a lot longer. I just kind of forgot how much longer. Green gas. Oh, in millibuckets. This is in buckets. This actually needs to be... That's 10 buckets. Just type in. What was it? 0, 0. Seems right. Even if I accidentally put in an extra 0, that would be right. But it isn't affecting that. Okay. Nope, that is full. Okay. Maybe that's causing an issue. $9 million? $9 million mil buckets in the system. $7,800 and something. That should be off. Hopefully that's working correctly now. What if I use some good old redstone conduit on this? Yeah, that seems to be working like I want. Okay. So it will place the cell whenever there is enough fluorine for this system to process it. So now that's my fluorine overflow. And I can add level emitters to this for other things if I want, but it won't be as good because they'll all get processed. It's a work in progress. I'm still trying to figure this out. Rebuilding these systems in AE is going to be its own bag of worms, can of worms, container full of worms. Maybe all of the above. Canning machine done yet? Yep. Putting it down here. Okay, how much vanadium did these need? 15? I have to test out the flux points here. IV batteries. Yep, that does work. They're getting power. Oh no, actually I have more than I thought. Okay, so that's only drawing 32 amps of... This should only be drawing 32 amps of HV, if I'm right. Run these insane voltage machines. Okay, this needs water. Good. I'm just gonna plumb these in. Fluid supplier, fluid satellite. The only problem is I gotta figure out where I'm producing indium gallium phosphide and vanadium gallium. And that will work. I just need a place to melt it down. The extractor. And I need to attach an HV extractor to this. I think I know how to... The system knows how to make those. Yep, HV extractor. Or no, that's a compressor. Damn it. That's the extractor. Yeah, have holes in the top. They look the same. Oh, I'm sure I can still find a use for that at some point. Getting close to this. Oh, I do need to have sodium potassium on hand for this. I do need another fluid supplier. It's funny because every tier it looks like I just need fewer and fewer machines. It's the next tier. But I haven't really reached IV tier, I'm just kind of skirting around it. Should be making the... figuring out resin circuit boards right now. But I don't want to. That's gonna need a whole nother cube just to process resin. Oh, let's see. There we go, part of it's done. Light pipe, fluid there. And I could just go, once I get that one, they can connect together. Not where to put that. That's what I ordered by accident. Go in the project bag. Be used for it later. Okay, that needs distilled water. Right? Yep, can still use distilled water. RO1. Need Teflon? No, sodium potassium. I even have the right stuff to begin with. Much. 3 buckets, so I'm just gonna have you hold like 4. Not planning on making a huge amount of IV energy hatches off the bat. I'll need to check out what I need for dynamo hatches. Okay, that should be IV there. This down here and it. I should be able to satellite pipe that. A satellite pipe? Yes. Add that to this. Yeah, I think it's the routing table updates that make everything freeze for a second. This is why I was trying to keep loops out of it. ECR. That. Get it the vanadium gallium ingots it needs. This is also snailium over here. And I can just do that. Okay, so that's all good. Now I gotta just get the stuff to dope the wafers. Vanadium gallium and indium gallium phosphide. This can be made in any mixer to 1. This has to be made in an EV mixer to 1. That's another recipe's going in this thing. At least I don't need much of it. I don't have a lot of gallium. Or, sorry, I don't have a lot of vanadium. That recipe. Oh, but yeah, I gotta cook it, and then I gotta tell it to come over here. Gallium. There wasn't anything special about this, right? Yeah, I can just run it on one. Guess I have the pipe up here. I keep forgetting. Blast chill. Vanadium gallium dust. 2 vanadium gallium ink. I gotta find a mixer for the other stuff. Not hopefully a mess. Oh yeah, nothing. I don't think that's gonna mix with anything in here. I'm out of modules. One more right now. Because I get this mixed up, and that should be everything I need to dope the wafers. Actually, dope them and cut them. And it will just be setting up... Yeah, it will just be setting up the 2 recipes for the insane coils and this as a whole. See how long it takes for it to actually process. There we go. I've stripped ones out of here. Indium gallium phosphide. Makes 3. Phosphide. Phosphorus dust. Right? Phosphorus, not... Yeah. Phosphate. Right. If I set up the recipe, it needs to be a fluid recipe. Better remember I don't have climb right now. I took it off. And let's see, this is where it's a crazy recipe. I need... making these wafers. First wafer, previous wafer, 2 indium gallium phosphide. And 2 ingots of vanadium gallium, but these need to go to this. Wait. I was overthinking that. I don't need the fluid. I got it set up. I'll just leave it. Yeah, because this will make the fluid. It should automatically input to this machine. Now the cutting tool. At least 3 more of these. These from these. And it is 2. Now the big assembler. Oil. Magnetic neodymium, iridium wire. 1. Magnetic neodymium. Dymium. Fine iridium wire. Everything put together. Oil. Coal. V-hull. H-pick. Tungsten cable. Got 2 tungsten, 1X, 2 H-pick. There's UH pick. Oof. And then this is an IV energy. Two, one, one, yeah. Hey, what does the system say when I try to request this? Probably is going to say that I don't have iridium. Yep, no fine iridium wire. I don't think I set up iridium yet. Yep, that's it. I haven't set it up yet because this needs 2 EV hatches on it. They're not currently running good. Well, I'm going to have to order some stuff before I can get that to IV. I need to actually get it to E. Requires more energy hatches. I'm 1 metal away. Gotta process 1 more metal. Not even an alloy. one element to deal with still. Literally. Not a amalgam. Check that off, and that should get me to the Aurelian artifact. I throw together some osmiridium. I forgot this is why I need the blast smelter. Right, you can vacuum chill for molten. Oh, but it's LEV. No, it's a I do no, I need to build a that's why I have the blast smelter. Because I can't build a blast furnace to make osmiridium. I have to build a blast smelter to make osmiridium. So I have to make a whole new machine with the same power level and the same coils. Okay. I might even, if it fits in a cube, I might fit it in a cube. How big is this thing? Yeah, that fits in a cube. Make a cube for it so I can take it to the new base once I'm done here. I'll have to start working on that. So, big things next are alloy blast smelter. Really, at the new base, I should be working on the new circuit boards. Yeah, I shouldn't build the call it the resin here. Resin should be at the new base. Right, with that, we do need to take a break here, and then we'll be back. Okay, let's get back to it. I accidentally started the, or didn't restart the recording. Well, all I did was say back and then stopped it, so if you came directly from the previous part, that's why it's weird. Okay, these get done. Yes, they got done. Gotta get them in this. Oh, that was how I was running this. Run this. Really good spot. That's better than nothing. I mean, I don't use this blast compressor that often. Take out these. Yeah, these are EV. Good. For a second there, I thought I ordered the wrong hatches. Not for EV, and somehow get some power to them. Okay. Now set up as an IV blast furnace. Let's see. Throw these in the project bag. The cutting machine. The cutting machine sucks. I need to upgrade them so fast that they become obsolete with all the wafer cutting. Guess I could just use the 16x battery buffer I have that I accidentally created earlier. Put a couple things in it. I'm short on ruby dust. I like you there, but I don't want you to connect like that. There. I just need 4 batteries for this thing. And a flex plug. Let's see. redstone cube is where most of my chrome or ruby is coming from. Actually, I need to turn off what's turning ruby into chrome. This is what I need to fix in the new system. Not overusing parts. Process materials. That's probably what yeah. Oh, sometimes I'm just at a loss for words. That Ruby does for now. All I need is to... Again, non-renewables. Which I'm striving to make as many things technically renewable as possible. What can do here? Need to void out some mercury. Starts processing again. Correct on brown. No, for fluids. I mean, it's infinite. It's just how much power I'm using. Maybe just slam down a trash. Trash some. I could just do it by hand. Because this to what? 1 ruby a piece. So currently this is running 12. That's not enough. So yeah, I need to run this for a little while. Leave this tank a bit. Yeah, there we go. That should be like 2 processes. I only needed enough for... I only needed 15. So that should be good. Because yeah, with AE I should be able to write level emitter logic to make stuff run the correct amount. Keep the right amount of stock of everything in the system. White petals here. Those for later. I'm able to do that. Because everything's kind of stopped until I can get that started. Do at least... Okay, there we go. Because if I remember correctly, each hatch can pull 2 amps. That's just how it works out, so you can upgrade. Done. Well, I need 4 to get done, but still. Have to order something else. I'm just trying to think what else I can do. Okay, so I do need to get this programmed. Oh, that's why those thing. It needs tantalum carbide. Yet another RTM. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm I'm currently setting up IV. So yeah, I'm more than enough for that. But it needs to be done in an EV mixer. Didn't I already set this up? I feel like I've already set up tantalum carbide. No, tungsten carbide. Okay, gotta set that up too then. Kind of funny how it's trying to charge from my pocket, because I've got it set up. Also, I do need to set up an ender system to... I'll need to set up another ender pouch for input into the system. Like, this is my ordering pouch right now. It might actually, once I set up the new system, I might just switch it around to where this is the input. Because I should be able to use the Flight Energistics pads across dimensions if I get the right stuff. Don't think... I was looking at it a couple streams ago, and I don't think it's that far beyond where I am right now. That's at least enough to run this, but it won't run well. Actually, we'll just run out of power. I need those other two. Last one. I just need enough to run this thing. I'm not gonna fill this completely. One more, and then I'm comfortable leaving this to the whims of the Greg Tech gods. And yes, there's more than one because they do basically use a lot of different things. I would claim voltage and amperage are at least two of them. There we go. Now I can teach this or iridium? Is that what it was? The blue stuff that isn't vanadium. Let's see, iridium ingot, iridium dust, last cello one. Gotta make sure this is EV, which it is. I'm running at a double HV. Then now I just need to teach the wire mill how to make fine wire. Right? You don't need anything special. You need the wire mill that goes directly, because you don't actually make wire. Didn't I have one of those? I don't remember where it is. Oh, that's a bending machine. Wire mills look like again. Was I using this one? I was using this one. I was going all the way back to LV. That to 3, right? Yes. Or iridium into fine iridium wire. Okay, now can I get IV energy hatches? There we go. I just have to solve how to build the rest of the blast alloy smelter. Technically, I could build a whole base inside a cube. I want to do that. Because I'm worried if that starts lagging, then I got to deal with that. It's better not to build in the original void, if you can help it, because it's known through various versions of at least the original pack. I don't know about this one. I don't know if it got fixed. But the original pack was known to have issues that everything has to go here right now. At least it should be running slightly faster, except for the iridium. First IV stuff. I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, putting stuff in a compact machine void. Is there is a way to get outside of a compact machine, and technically it has a lot of space. Did I double check that they were different? Your chicken can only be summoned on Aurelia. That's what I'm trying to get to. No, it is all the same. Problem is they try to spread them out really far. So if you can't, even if you can't get outside the cube, you're still like, what? This is 8,200. They're only about 1,000 away. But the problem is there's almost no way to get something from in here to out there. I can get from in here to out there. You can technically use it to teleport. It could be a really cheap way to teleport. You built it right. Because you could build a compact machine teleport system pretty easily early in this one. As soon as you get compact machine, like using the ender crystals. That's an idea for if I see these mods together again. Because it would take compact machines, the rod of elevation, and simple teleporter. Because these only work in the same dimension, but all compact machine cubes are the same dimension. Wish this worked. I haven't gone to the farm this way in a long time. That's the appetite pit. Of the old machines over, the old engines over here. Now everything's just run by voltage. It's all still running good, right? Not having issues. Looked over here in a long time. Nope, you're having an issue. Every once in a while these hang for no reason that I can find. You have to clear it by hand. Luckily it's only ever one. I'm worried this is causing lag. Because I did let these all be loops. As you can see, it's got to path them. I can't just cut it off completely. It's been a while since I've come over and cleaned out potatoes. Yep, there's a lot of sodium. Wondering where it was all going. Dump that all at the new base. The old base causes lag, no, even just flying past it. I was trying not to look kind of at it. That is that an arrow? Or did I hit? I must have rubbed up against the cactus when I wasn't looking. There you go. I can break down all the sodium. I don't know if I need to fix that. That actually kind of bugs me. The sodium building up. Yeah, these are making 6.5K each. That should be that's over 3 amps. Question will just be what upgrading this and the dynamo, if that will push me over 1 amp IV. But I need, okay, so these are done. Move that from the list, but I do need to look at IV dynamos. So energy hatches are for input, dynamo hatches are for output. Yeah, this needs a tungsten spring. But otherwise, it's pretty much the same. Done in LV, so that can be done in the normal metal bender. What about E? It'll just be done in a... okay, maybe I should program that real quick. Then all I'll need to do is program... Not the sigil. All I'll need to do is program the actual rotors. The HSSG rotors. Wrong section. Every once in a while, not having the climbing gloves is tripping me up, but it's like 50-50. How much I feel like it's actually an issue. Tungsten spring. Yep, tungsten. Tungsten long rod. Long rod. MV. Because some of the harder stuff does take HV. I've been tripping up on that a couple times. They're my metal benders, right? Mistakes again. Ring makers. Be able to put a recipe in the IV assembler and as the hatches turn out okay, these should turn out okay just fine. These should be just fine also. H-Pix, IV, all insane coil. Yeah, dynamo hatch. All of those plus sodium, potassium, and it takes even less. No, it takes the same amount. Still waiting on all the stuff. Still waiting on the vanadium gallium wafers, and this is waiting on all and the wafers. It? Yeah, I think so. Why not set up the wafers right? No, they each need 2. That's what I'm... You get 2 from a wafer, and I asked for 2. So I needed 4 wafers. Just got things confused in my head. Oh, and it's still waiting on a coil, probably. Done. Everything then. Or click that. There we go. Now that's running. Right after I left, it got the other machine hull. Okay, so that's... I just forgot to click a button. These should now process and get my IV hatches for the next... for the... working towards the blast smelter build. Aluminum carbide, aluminum cable, EV tier alloy smelter. I gotta teach the system how to make. Borax night fire. right? It doesn't already know this. Yeah, it doesn't know the smelter. Nichrome. I'd have to teach it 4x nichrome, which isn't hard. Quarks nichrome. Regular 1x nichrome. Alloy smelter. Or no, the electric furnace. Right? Wait, which one was it? No, it was the alloy smelter. Yeah, okay. What I'm looking for. Advanced alloy smelter. Blast furnace. I still got to teach the system the alloy. Yeah, I just didn't hit it. Oh yeah, also this hasn't been... Sometimes these machines refuse to take fluids from logistics pipes until you whack them once. But you got to make sure you don't put it in where you're trying to put the logistics pipe in. Working on the H-picked wafers and get the sodium persulfate. There we go. Now it should work correctly. I have to request 24 RTM. This is going to be a lot. 2 titanium rotors, long molybdenum, this is dicylide, rod, double plates, tantalum carbide plate. And the high temperature smelting casing, carbide frame, HSLA plates, tungsten carbide plate. Carbide even be made in EV nichrome, yeah. They It's just normal blast furnace. That's at least HV Cooper nickel. Invar, vanadium, titanium, molybdendium. Still short on molybdendium. IV energy hatch. Those in the bag for now. I can't make osmiridium yet. Need more hoops to jump through. And yeah, this is why they make you make the blast smelter. You get all these other out. Make sure you make all these other alloys. And I don't see a way around it. Because the only way to make... I can't make infinity eggs yet. Yeah, I'd have to make LEV circuits, which I'm not near yet. What are even the low end of LEV circuit-wise? Aluminum, EV. My current highest... I am making IV, right? Makes the mainframes, which is IV. The HV, right? Yeah. So now I just need to make an EV and I could make the next one. The next type. Well, sorry, just I keep hitting myself with... I keep hitting a wall saying the wrong thing. Being able to get the next machine circuit assembler means I need to redo this entire line again. Well, most of it. To get an LUV, but to redo that line, I need epoxy. Well, I don't need, I have to have. I would say that's above need, or in a different context. Because one I want and one I don't want. And it has to have at least an HV muffler. These energy hatches. Every voltage tier above MV increases temperature by 100 Kelvin. For every 900 above recipe temperature, a 95% energy multiplier is applied. For every 1800 above the recipe temperature, I move my mouse. One overclock becomes 100% efficient. Perfect clock. things that change temperature are power level and coil heat capacity. So it's going to be at least 45 Kelvin, plus another, so it's going to be 48,000 or 4,800 Kelvin. Up at all. Yeah, because this is set to, I would need to be 8 power levels above for the power to really actually matter. Really the coils that boost it. Yeah, so adding argon removes 45 seconds. I care because I will only need 4 of it to start with. And there might be other mechanics I might start playing with. I actually want to order these, at least a dynamo. I can check it off my list. Mantle of the Stars, Religion Artifact. Go fight a Chaos Dragon. I gotta find another way to fly or get around. I mean, the sigil by itself is fine. I just need to find some, like, feather falling boots. I might put up... because I saved the bouncy boots, right? I just didn't... Yeah. No, that's my netherite. Oh, I still have the netherite boots. Forgot about those. Because I was using the bouncy boots instead. I could disenchant. I try to go for more breaking. I think I got top protection. Here for now. I built those, but I used these. I could use with the air sigil for whatever I build for the Chaos Mantle. Or Mantle of the Stars. I like calling it the Chaos Mantle. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of exasperated sighs this stream. Because I keep doing stuff that I know once I do it, I know it's dumb. Because I'm still doing the climbing glove thing. It's going to take me a while. Must still be waiting on the vanadium. Seems like the coils get done pretty fast. Maybe because Enderium gets here first? Yeah, probably. I need to make a list of homework for myself every once in a while. I think I need to do more investigating into if I can use compact machines still without just building rings everywhere. Because the only one I've seen is like storage bus to storage bus, but you that on the outside storage bus what the inside storage bus can take. I don't know. Again, it's been forever since I've done some really crazy stuff with applied energistics. It has been tweaked some since then, especially this version, this unofficial version. Stuff in this pack. Gone through a decent amount of it. I didn't do conveyor belts early in the pack when they wanted me to, and keep forgetting about trying to learn integrated dynamics. But I might need that for some automation. But might have to learn it. Everything has a molten form. And then all the chemicals. Raw gasoline, gasoline, high octane gasoline, nitrous oxide, octane, ethyl terbilium, biltum, ether, and toluene. Just toluene. Be that good. Maybe it is. Was it in the thousands? Diesel. That's at least 1,000. Oh, yeah, it was. Okay, so it's not that bad. It's just going to make. Cool. Quadratic fuel. That's the big one. Raw oil, light oil. Turn heavy oil. Diesel with tetra nitromethane. 8. Yeah. Or I was also I could get my hands on some ethanone. All right, we gotta go to break, and then we'll be back. Alright, let's get back to it here. Did my dynamo get done yet? Yes. There we go. Check that off the list. Hard for the new rotor build, or turbine build. I just got to get the rotors themselves. And I can make even more power. I do want to do some math on consumption to energy production, the time. Checks on some of the conversion from steam to energy. But that has to wait till I actually get close to changing that over to the new turbine. What else to work on here? I actually did get the list whittled down after after adding some stuff, but everything I added I got pretty much done today. Let's see. Have it on me. I want to look something up just real quick. Does Thaumcraft Crucible? I forget which version of Thaumcraft we're on. Thaumcraft 6. So this is the 4 wiki. Now, of course, this isn't very well done. That because that's the .org wiki, which I don't think's the official one, but I'd rather look at wikis that aren't on than whatever. There's just a question I had on the automatic crucibles. I'm just worried about doing certain things and having flux issues with Thaumcraft. Because I do need to get back into Thaumcraft for some of the auto processing we're going to need for, or I say we, but I'm talking to the audience, that I'm going to need for some of the magical processing. Especially the final ore processing. Because I do want to set up an area that does perfect ore processing, or at least close as possible to perfect ore processing. So like IV machines, doing all the way through UU matter and then the crucible. And then just doing all the longest processing line possible and just get all the things. Because one thing I wanted to play around with the spatial pylons is the actual mining rigs. So I don't have to mine out veins anymore. I could just do like I was doing kind of with the oil rig, but actually have it just instantly set up. So that's kind of why I wanted to get the spatial stuff done. That's something I kind of want to play around with here. Because it would be nice to make everything from matter, but I do think I will have to do a bunch of mining still. Because things are just going to get... I think things get a little more expensive before pretty much the end of Greg Tech. But yeah. I'm trying to find something small. Actually, I want to go poke the other base. I know it's running fine, but I'm just... eh. I made myself a trap. Everything filled up with sodium. Also do primal matter refining. If only I was not doing this pack as it's intended. Well, as not using Minecraft glitches. Let's put it that way. Because, yeah, no, I'm basically no using base game stuff. But I can use anything weird crafting combos in any of the mods to circumvent parts of the pack. Yeah, that's kind of my style. Like in Stoneblock when I kind of ruined the whole pack because I was able to find another star without actually progressing to fight the Wither in that pack. Part of me does want to go back to Stoneblock and actually finish it. Maybe that will be a side pack someday. But I think right now my pack focus with Minecraft is working towards Greg Tech New Horizons, which is the one of the hardest. I don't think it's been beat, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. And I still want those making things. Another one of those. Throw that in one of them. Might as well still run one enriched uranium. You to be the HSSG. Indium and go back to hexafluoride. And I need a item for that one because I wanted to put it in the barrel. That's what I was correct on red. Yep. That's the material I need for the new rotors. And I have currently, what, like half of what I need? And that was just from getting 3 stacks out of these. I don't know if this will work, but I'll have to check on it. Set it for 9,000. So I'll know if it's not working if this goes over. This is supposed to connect liquids to the main base, but I have not, even though it's a short run, I have not seen it pass through there. Even when I thought I really needed fluorine at the other base. Or does that not expose liquid? Because it had to be both. Yeah, fluid handler. Should be working. And yeah, there's a bunch of oxygen over here that I hope the base has access to. Yes, request an alloy blast smelter block. So I know I can make, or no, I can't make it yet. It's the alloy. I think I need an EV mixer. Tantalite carbide. Set to 1, carbon. Tantalum. Hmm. I need to be careful not to I'm worried this will just make tantalum or tungsten carbide. What? Tantalum carbide should have been on like a number 2 probably. Working condition 2. Well, if I accidentally make a bunch of tungsten carbide, I'll have to just live with it. And then I make it into plates. Big metal benders. And even carbide, tungsten carbide plate. Or tantalum carbide. Have to see what all uses tantalum carbide. I'd probably be safe. Because that's the whole point of circuit conditions, is to try to limit recipe cross interaction. Probably been a 2. Yeah, if I try to make tungsteel, the chance that it can make... If I try to make tungsteel and tantalum carbide at the same time, there's a chance. That it's going to make tungsten carbide. But if I order for first, because I'm worried. This this is all titanium. Okay. I don't think there's much then on this that I have to worry about right away. Some carbide. Well, yeah, actually, a lot of these don't have tungsten. I guess because tungsten's more an EV or an IV level thing, and this is all EV. All right, here's the alloy blast smelter going. All right, that is... I think I got a decent amount done. Got both IV's, the IV energy hatches done. What else? Just got the rest of the spatial pylon stuff fixed up, so I can use that if I need it. I can't remember all the stuff that I added. I added like 3 or 4 things. Oh, I did all the, that's what the big headache was this stream. The distillation tower petrochemical. That took a while. And was a big ball. Currently on rest. Can't believe that other base is still just running on those. What is that? That's 48 amp HV. I mean, it is a lot. It is 16, what? No, 14 amp ish right now. A chunk of. No, it would be over. It'd be like. I just. Today. Or I can't do math now that I'm exhausted. Well, I have more conditions than just exhausted, I should say. I do get these to outpace this. I do want to test if having all three of these dumping into the system is faster. You'd think these would be really fast, but they do only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But either that's 8 or 9 tanks of 4 buckets each. That's not a ton of throughput. Like at 8, that's like, or that's 15. This is 32 buckets per whatever, however fast this runs. Because right now, what's the math? It's got to be doing almost 200 per half second. So for 400,000 millibuckets per half second, or per second. So it's at least got decent throughput. I haven't hit the throughput of Light Energistic yet for 2 interfaces. Because that's, I do really like these interfaces. They just let you dump stuff directly into the machine chassis, it feels like, at a ridiculous speed. I want to play around with the large machines because of these. How interesting those are. With that, I think I am tapped out. I'm glad I got done what I got done. I was a little bit frustrated because I kept bumping into things after I took the climbing gloves off. But I think I'll get used to that. So I've got to work towards all the parts of the alloy smelter on tomorrow's stream. Should be at the normal time. Hoping to run it at least as long as this stream, if not longer. We'll see how I feel. Because that's always the biggest factor, is how I'm holding up. Because I run out of mental capacity for this kind of stuff, which is sad because I really like doing this. It's why I got my degree in. I like doing complex stuff, and that's why I got my degree in electronic engineering. But just don't have the capacity for it anymore. But anyway, thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time.